Hey, how's it going? What's up, everybody? I am incredibly tired. There's a normal baseline level of insomnia and tired that I operate on, but we have gone well beyond that. I think just getting going is probably going to be the best way to actually wake myself up. But how's it going for you guys? This zone really is, despite, like, you know, being in this weird, creepy red barrier and having all of the, like, rubble everywhere, this zone is very comfy. Also, considering we're reaching the end of the currently available MSQ, I've been looking into more things. You know, both Final Fantasy and not Final Fantasy related to do with stream content. And this is a niche that nobody would ask for. Like, probably nobody would want to watch this whatsoever. But something I started looking into, that would be really awesome. It would be super interesting, but probably nobody would care. Is like, I was talking about doing Xenogears, right? That's a game that is technically translated, but not really. It's super interesting. But then I got thinking, what about games that have just, like, literally never been translated whatsoever? When you start going down that rabbit hole of games that never got a Western release, don't have any translation, and have no, like, fan translation projects, a lot of it is either just, like, strategy games or random dating sims, but there are some absolutely fucking sick-ass games within that category. One of them that I found was a old PS1 game by the, what's the publisher? One second. Yeah, Asmic Ace. Which is a, PS1, like, dungeon crawling game. I just need you to see, this is a screenshot from the intro of that game. This is Nemuremayu, which is like sleeping cocoon. This is the result of me looking into, like, oh, what are some games that have never been translated? That nobody in the West basically has ever heard of. Look at this shit! There is a... that says that is a doping gauge, there are random letters, the things at the top are supposed to somehow tell you about the magic that you currently have equipped. I watched a dude's playthrough of, like, the first little bit of this. This game is awesome. Fucking sick. Just abject nonsense. It would be so awesome. It would be so cool. It's about being like a, it's like a, you know, Kingsfield whatever style dungeon crawler where you're going around inside of, like, a tome, like some sort of cursed grimoire thing. That's, like, the barrier or, like, seal king. You get told not to read the tome, or you'll be cursed, and then there's, like, these spirit people, who are basically the playable characters. You get sent to, like, some sort of crystal doll body to explore a dungeon in order to free yourself from the cursed tome. Here's what the stats in the game are. One second. There's definitely a viewer base for, hey, look at this Japan-only game I found. It would be really cool. Like, look at these stats. I saw these stats, and I just started, like, laughing my ass off. The thing is that the game actually looks pretty good in terms of the actual gameplay and stuff on display, but this is nonsense. These stats from top to bottom are, like, comprehension, memory, perception, application, in the sense of, like, the ability to apply things practically, imagination, concentration, then there's deftness and agility being two different things, and then adaptability. What does that mean? The game does not explain those to you, either. It just says, like, hey, here's all your stats. What does this possibly mean? This shit rips. Like, looking into, and that's just like one game, right? There are so many cool-ass, weird games that never got any attention. Something like that would be very cool to stream. Potentially. But that one's surprising to me that nobody is, like, I couldn't find anything about any sort of translation project, because it seems right up most, like, it seems right up the sort of, what's the term for it? Niche game enthusiasts alley. But yeah, as we're getting closer to the end of the MSQ here, I'm trying to figure out exactly what to do. And something like that. Not necessarily that exact game, but just like looking into things that have never been translated and at least giving them a bit of a showcase could be a way to utilize my Japanese knowledge for good. Instead of just like, you know, because wouldn't it be kind of cool to do a stream where there's no, like, bad English translation hanging overhead? It would be kind of cool.
ミララ族の伝承はおばあさまから聞いたことがあります。広くて深い海が凍りついちゃうだなんて本当に驚きですよね。
In any case, though, back to Final Fantasy. There is also always just the option of playing, like, Final Fantasy VI or something, which would be cool. In the midst of hardship.
ラハ君たちは大丈夫かしら。魔物は倒しきったはずだから安全だとは思うけれど。
I wonder if Raha and I can't remember the other guy's name are doing okay. The monsters should all be gone, but so it should be safe, but oh no, it's not them.
あら、二人とも宮入様とのお話は終わったの？
Oh, you two, are you finish speaking with, Miyairi?
うん、アレクサンドリアの現状は一通り説明してきたよ。
Yes, I explained what's currently going on, or the current state of
それ
Alexandria,
から鍵についても、
and also about the key.
ミアイリは鍵についても知っているようだったわ。それならあなたたちも同席の上で話すべきだと思ってこうして呼びに来たというわけ。
It seemed, Miyairi appeared to know about the, or it seems as though Miyairi knows about the key as well. Yeah, that's why we came to get you. We figured we should all speak about it, or discuss it together.
そうだったの。ただラハ君がちょっと外していてもうそろそろ戻ってくるとは思うのだけれど。
I say, well, yeah, Raha's out right now. He should be back soon, but
ミアイリも状況確認で街を見回ってくると言っていたからひとまずグラハティアが戻るのを待つとしましょう。
okay. So there's no pressing issue. Miyairi said she was going to go look around the city, patrol a bit. We can just wait for Raha to come back.
Oh
yeah, Numero. Hey, we're back. The core is back up and running.
障壁管理所にちゃんとエレクトロープを送っておいたぞ。
Yeah, and I made sure the electrobe was being sent to barrier control. Yay. Pachi, pachi, pachi.
二人もこっちへ来ていたんだな。
Amazing.
話は終わったのか？
Oh, you're here as well. You done speaking with Miyairi for now.
実は鍵に関する話を聞けそうだったのよ。だから一旦あなたたちを呼びに。
Oh, we were going to. Whoa. Well, we were going to be able to. It's like we were going to discuss the key. We're going to learn about the key. Evacuation notice. This is the railway monitoring system. A swarm of monsters has been detected on the... that is, freight line. What, Gurasharaboras is leading the pack into approaching Toreno. I don't know what that is.
グラシャラボラスって確かリンドブルムの走行列車だったよね。
Oh, okay. I thought that was like a monster name. Yeah, Grashoras, that was like a... What, Lindbrum's armored trade? Huh?
詳しいことを教えてもらえる？
Sven, can you tell us more?
ゼレニアから聞いたことがあるの。アレクサンドリアと対立していた隣国リンドブルムが軍用の魔物を戦場に運ぶために走行列車を投入したって。
Okay. That design is ridiculous. That design is completely fucking ridiculous. I cannot you cannot expect me to focus on the text. All I can hear is an out of sync, just like out of time, bad to the bone riff. That's it. That's all I can think of when I say this. Just... I wish I had a button for it. Holy. Okay, something I heard from Selenia that... in Dunbrum, which is at war with Alexandria. Huh. What, utilized a... it's like deployed a armored train to transport military use monsters to the battlefield?
輸送中の魔物が暴れないように機関車に魔法生物を宿らせて制御してると言ってた。魔物の群れを連れているのもそのせいなのかも。
Okay. So it's like they... what verb do you use for this? Wait, what verb do you use for this? It's like they're saying that they effectively housed a monster within the train itself. You know, like, what we're currently seeing. That's like they imbued, maybe? To, like, keep the monsters being transported inside in line. That might be why it's leading this group.
雷属性のエーテルを糧にして暴走状態で走り続けてるんです。
What, even after the war? Ended Grashaboras. What kept? What driving? Feeding on the lightning ether? Feeding on lightning ether.
引き連れた魔物と共に蹂躙する 災害のような存在に
Huh. Interesting. It's like a, what, living calamity, whatever you want to say, Saigai. What, destroying all life in its path alongside the monsters it like carries with it, commands.
数年前にもトレノに接近してきたことがあって、私たちの両親も含めたくさんの犠牲が出ました。このままじゃまた。
I was wondering when they were going to bring up that these Iana and Rumura didn't have, like, parents. It arrived in Torino a few years ago and took many lives, including our parents. And Well, now that's all going to happen again.
私障壁管理
They just call it Doom Train. Are you fucking kidding me?
障壁が万全の状態になればトレノを守れる
So, question. Like, all of those lines leading up to this, where they keep talking about Gracia Roboras, Gracia Raboras, all of those are just Doom Train. They don't use the name at all? Is that what you are telling me? There's no way. There's no fucking way, right? I'm gonna trust but verify. Are you kidding me? The Doom Train is approaching. What? But huh? The thing that actually fucks me up more than that, than Svid saying the Doom Train, is in order to prevent them from running wild, air their deployment. Use other words, I beg you. Use other words. No, yeah, it's so dumb that they stick to, like, decades-old offhand hack localizations. Literally just some dude with no credentials who was just there just randomly decides to change something 20 years ago, and now they're just like, oh yeah, that's the name now, forever. It's so stupid. I'm going to go to barrier control and work on the repairs. If the barrier is fully operational, I can, we can protect Toreno.
若いね。そんなすぐに終わる作業じゃないだろう。魔物が入ってきたら走れないお前には逃げきれないぞ。
Are you kidding me? That's not... Yeah, you can't finish it that quickly. And if monsters show up, you won't be able to run away. It's... You might say, like, with your legs, you won't be able to run away. I'm still going to do it. Yeah, for Toreno. She says, Taisetsu no Toreno. For my beloved Toreno. You could just say for Toreno. Okay, Grati is saying he's going to protect Ayane. I'll go with you too. Yeah, I know a bit about electro technology. Yeah. Electro engineering, that I might be able to help. I'm sorry, I can't fight. I can't keep her safe, please. You could go with, please, I'm begging you.
もちろん倒せるのならそれに越したことはないけれど。
Regarding Grashaboras. Grasharaboras. I want to try and buy some time. Of course, if we could defeat it, that would be for the best, but...
状態で走り回ってるやつの相手なんて無茶だ。お客人にそこまでさせるわけには。
Yeah, that thing's completely out of control. You can't... There's no way you can go up against that. I guess we couldn't possibly... have you put yourself in that sort of danger. Okay. Your options are, trust me, I guess, or, if you say it's impossible, that makes me want to do it even more. So, I'm just gonna go with the standard hero option, rather than I am a literal insane person option.
あいつとやり合うんだったら、一つ方法がある。
If you want to go up against it, there is one way.
ここから少し離れた場所に貨物駅があってな。そこに止まってる列車を使うんだ。
Awesome. Okay, there's a freight station a little ways from here. You can use a train parked there.
そういえばラハ君が言っていたわね。トレノが魔物に襲われて貨物列車が途中へ
Wait, they did?
緊急停車したって。
Yeah, no, they don't say it at all. Yeah, you'll never finish the time and you'll be right in its path. Yeah, they don't. I don't know why they do these things, man. But see, this is why I'm more and more leaning towards wanting to stream some game that has literally never been translated. Something that nobody has ever heard of, right? There would be nothing like this. We could all just be looking at a game and going, wow, look at this cool game. Wow. Smile. I wonder what will happen next. None of us know. Yeah, come to think of it, Baha mentioned something about it, right? That Toreno was being... It's like after, Toreno was attacked by monsters, or it's like during the attack that a freight train had to make an emergency stop at a midway station or something.
鉄道監視システムの検知範囲から考えれば、今から急げば先回りできるはずだ。
If Boraras God, I hate Garagana. Is heading for Toreno, then it has to go through that station. Considering the, detection range of the railway monitoring system, if we hurry, we should be able to get ahead of... Or, if we hurry, we should be able to get ahead of it. Beat it there, maybe. So, yeah, the plan... We're going to... drive the freight train along the path ahead of it and... intercept... Gurashara Boras? Matching its speed?
追いすがられる形にはなるけど、立ちふさがって暴走列車に跳ね飛ばされるよりはマシだな。
It's like, what, it's gonna end up chasing you down. It's gonna be like hot on your tail, but it's better than just standing in its way and getting run over by a runaway train.
エアネは大事な妹なんだ。あいつのためにも時間を稼いでやりたい。
I don't know. These sort of lines are always difficult. Just because of the differences in the way that people say things. Like, obviously, just saying Ayane is my precious little sister just sounds weird in English. I want to buy some time for her.
お客人が本気でグラシャラボラスとやり合うって言うなら、貨物列車の運転は俺が引き受ける。
What if you're serious about fighting Grashara Boras? Then I'll drive the freight train.
ルムルさん、
Yeah, that's
あなた
totally reasonable. Dumere.
貨物駅に向かう手はずは整えておく。準備ができたら町の入り口まで来てくれ。
Okay. You're just saying I'll get everything ready. Yep, once you're ready to fight. In the entrance of town. The Lalafell walk cycle does not lend itself towards, like, heroic strides.
行きがかり上のこととはいえ、喫緊の問題をグラシャラボラスが引き連れている魔物の群れにも警戒しないと、暴走する列車と同じ速度で接近してくるとは思えないけれど、波状で押し寄せてくる可能性があるわ。
Okay, we need to be wary of the like swarm herd of monsters that Grasharaboras. I don't know why I'm having such a hard time reading this one. But I can't imagine they'll be approaching at the same speed as a, runaway train, but they could, like, surge in waves. Waves, you say? I'm getting very strong GTFO vibes from this.
魔物がグラシャラボラス接近に煽られてマタトレノの中まで入り込んでくるかもしれない。私とヤシュトラで町の防衛に当たりましょう。
Okay. Monsters in the area might be incited by Grasharaboras. 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 And make their way into Toreno itself. Yashol and I will make sure the city is safe. Yes, that's all right with me. No objections. All right, leave. So every single time that they're saying Grasharaboras, they're saying Doom Train instead. We'll help with the evacuation and get ready for the attack. Lumina was by the entrance of the city. That's so dumb. Look, the design for the train is pretty goofy. And the whole concept is kind of goofy. But the thing is that it's got like a regular name. Or like a kind of even cool sounding name. Which is, you know, it balances it out. But if we're just calling it the Doom Train, then that just completely removes all tension.
よし、それじゃあ貨物列車が停車してるベンティに貨物駅へ行く方法を説明するぞ。
I don't know, it's like if you renamed Bahamut to like the Deadly Dragon. How we doing? Pretty good. Alright, let me explain how to get to the Vintini freight station. I mean, it's just talk to the hover cargo guy, right? Yeah, we're gonna use hover cargo. You've probably seen one before in Alexandria. Okay, there's a station. Yeah, there is a station in Torreno. It'd be best if we could use that, but got caught up in the attack earlier. It's undergoing repairs. Okay, they know the risks. I'm gonna drive the... Do we really need all of these lines about this? Okay, this vehicle has a, small... miniature, like, barrier generator. The lightning ether outside of Torreno is strong, but I can ensure your safety until you reach your destination. Okay. So this is just them telling, like... This is just explaining how we would get there without dying. Are we kidding? Oh my fucking god. I'm going to crash out. I'm gonna crash out. I'm gonna crash out. So the previous quest was in the midst of hardship. This one is, what? Join hands with your neighbors. So remember, okay, here. Look. The actual quote. Right, Ayane told you about the, like, command, basically, that was given to the Mirara people by their leader when they crossed over the worlds, right? And that was an actual translation would be like, go forth and thrive, blossom in the midst of adversity, join hands with your neighbors, grow and fill the earth. And notice, the previous quest was in the midst of adversity. This one is join hands with your neighbors. They're like going through the list of the commands. And also, Ayane, when she talks about it before, said, like, the Mirara people join hands with our neighbors in Torreno. In the midst of adversity, we, laid down our roots in this land and lived. I'm proud of that. Right? It's, in the English, that was translated to, it was translated to, "Oh life, flourish on this faraway shore. Unfurl your fragile petals with fearless joy. Let this sky grant shelter from darkest storm, and here bloom hand in hand forevermore. 1. O life is not a commandment to the Mirara people. That's just like a generalized statement, like it's some sort of prophecy. And then the quest names in the English aren't reflecting this, like, series of commandments. And also, like, there's nothing about the whole, like, join hands with your neighbors. And really, as we saw in the last stream, they just completely got rid of all of the lines from Kururu that were also referencing, like, flowers and blooming and things like that. They've got a couple of lines here, like but the fragile petals, fearless joy, that's not the point. It makes a lot of sense that the Mirara would have this sort of culture around growth and plant life and nature, considering where they came from.
準備できたんだな。それじゃ
Are you ready?
早速ベンティに貨物駅に向
Okay.
ベンティに貨物駅まで安全運転で必ず送り届けよう。
Huh. So if we're doing... If they're just sending us out here, I'm assuming that this is a trial, but then that means that, like... Is this going to be one that doesn't have NPCs available for it? Like, you have to do it with other players? That would be interesting.
よし。それじゃあ、改めて作戦を説明するぞ。
Alright, let me explain our strategy. Or the plan, again.
この列車の最後尾に乗ってもらう。
Okay, I mean, I'm just gonna kind of skim this to, like, get on the train.
俺は先頭の機関車で運転な。
I'll be driving... What, in the... What, first? Locomotive,
グラ
whatever.
シャラボラスはかなりの速度で走ってるから、列車を止めたままにしてたら、追突されて吹き飛んじまうはずだ。
Yeah. Grasharaboras is moving at high speed. If we were to leave the train stopped, then would we be rear-ended and sent flying?
そうならないためにも、早速出発するぜ。大丈夫。うまいこと追いすがるあいつに速度を合わせてみせるさ。
Alright, stop that from happening. We'll be... Yeah, let's leave right now. Don't worry, I'll match the speed. But keep it right on our tail.
どうか妹のために、トレノのために、よろしく頼む。
I'm counting on you. For my sister, or Toreno. Toreno. Sick. The design is very goofy looking. Okay. I am going to... set up... Yeah, okay. That should be good, right? I haven't done this in forever. So. I am going to go to the bathroom real quick. While we're setting up the party. Hopefully I set that up right. I did set it up right? Should. But like, whenever I get back, whoever's in will just queue up. I mean, the queue should pop relatively quickly, considering that this is, what, the most recent piece of content? I'll be right back. Second most recent? Okay. I am back. I don't think that this queue will go particularly quickly if we're all on DPS. Yeah, this should be fun. Alright, if everybody is ready, let's send it. Oh, instant pop. Nice. Oh no. I'm still just like, I'm entirely paranoid because of how fucking long the queues took back in like Crystal Tower. That shit took forever. Fuck yeah. Yeah, runaway train, Gurashara Borasu. Prepare for impact. Yeah, brace for impact. Sick. Sick. It looks... It does look very goofy, but I'm here for it. I'm here for it. Ooh, shit. Okay. That was probably an attack name, Tell. Whoa! Okay, that's sick. That's sick. This is fucking awesome, man. You okay? Yeah, I'm just gonna have to Pikmin this. I don't have time to read this shit, man. This thing is surprisingly sturdy. I probably shouldn't have done this. Yeah. Yeah, that was definitely a waste. Oh. What the fuck? Oh! Oh no! Oh, little model train! Look at it go! Ow. Oh wow, you have to be much closer to this thing than I thought. There we go. They appear to be facing the wrong way. Wait. Are you here? Are you okay? Oh my, oh he's buff! Oh, he's ripped! Look at those. Arm. Sick. Anchor arms. This might be the coolest fight in the game so far. I mean, it's not just the presentation. I would say these are all very cool mechanics. Ooh, shit. Ah, shit. Yeah, my bad. I didn't see the other lasers there. Eh. I was too busy looking at the other shit. That LP felt like it did fucking nothing. We're in there. Derailed. Man's got it. No, that wasn't an attempt at a quip. That was literally just like, that's the thing that happened. Yay. Yay. Thank you all. Thank you all for the help. Wonderful, wonderful. Oh, we're just right back.
ああ、戻ってこられた。
We're back.
もう一生分の勇気を振り絞った気分だったぜ。
It's like I feel like I used up all the courage I'll ever have in my life.
それにしても、まさかグラシャラボラスを倒しちまうなんて。お客人は本当にすごい人だな。
I never thought that you'd actually... I can't believe you actually beat Grasharaborasu. You really are amazing. You really are an amazing person.
ちゃんとお礼を
Just
したい
amazing.
ところなんだが、今はまずこっちの状況を確認しないとか。
I'd love to give you the thanks you deserve, but right now we need to... Or I need to check on things here. Check on the situation.
南の方にまだ魔物の反応があるみたいだ。
Still there's still monster signatures to the south.
お客人、戦い続きで本当に申し訳ないんだけど、あともう少しだけ頼らせてくれ。
I'm sorry you don't... Or I really wish I could, like, let you rest. You know, I was saying, like, sorry for, asking you to keep fighting, but we need just a bit more. Need your help for just a bit longer. Oh, we're just immediately going into a story fight, too. Huh.
エアネのことは心配だけど、お客人の仲間を信じて、俺は負傷者の救助に回る。
I'm worried about Aone, but I trust. What in your friends, your allies? I'm going to go help the wounded. I know just how strong you are, but please still be careful. Important story fight. A little while ago. Run as fast as your tiny legs can carry you. Oh no! Yo! Let's fucking go, Kurura. Can you stand? You saved my life. Thank you. There's someone being attacked on the road near the river. Please. I'll head there right away. Evacuate to the town hall. I'll protect. I will protect them. Oh wait, are we going to get to play as Kurura? Hell yeah! Oh. Oh shit. Oh, that is not what I thought that was. I thought that this was just... Oh, okay. Wait a minute, that's an awesome move. Why the hell can't we have that? Like, I would vastly prefer that to what actual Picto does. The person being attacked was on the road by the river. So, I mean, that would be over here, right? Help me. Ooh. 3. That's so much cooler. Yeah, what, Picto butterfly? Oh, they're in the water. Balloons. Whoa. Evacuate immediately. I need to find, other people who couldn't escape in time. Let's fucking go, man. It's because Kurura is a real pig. I mean, honestly, genuinely, I can't be alone in this, right? Like, this has to be the general sentiment. That's just a cooler move. And we couldn't... We were locked that pinned down here by the monsters. Thank you. Thanks to you, me and my wife and I will be able to evacuate. Going to town hall. Ah, at the mute the cough. There's more people. Oh. Yeah, if there's anyone else who couldn't make it in time, please help them. But be careful.
熱
熱風が吹いてきたまさか
Yeah, that's my issue. I don't want a ley line buff area. I want a huge nuke. Oh no.
急いで消火しないと
Okay, gotta put out the fire.
ヤシトラちょっと借りるわね。
あれほどの炎を一瞬で消してしまうとはすごいな初めて見たよあんな魔法
To extinguish a fire like that in an instant, that's amazing. I've never seen that
あんたの魔法
magic before.
があるけどそれは後だ俺たちは今のうちに避
Oh
難
no,
する
no, no, no! I am, interested in that. It's like I want to know more about that magic of yours, but that can wait. We have to evacuate.
あなたが火を消してくれたのよね本当にありがと
You put out the fire. Thank you
う
so
燃え広
much.
がる前に押しとどめられてよかったこれで安心して避難できるわ
It's good that it was, put out before it spread any further. Now I can evacuate.
あとはもう大
あとはもう
丈夫かしら
大丈夫かしら。
Alright, is that...
誰か助けて今
今の声。
の声この
こ
奥ね
の奥ね。
I just reflexively tried to press my sprint button.
私があなたたちは今のうちに避難して
God damn! The nuke! Like, see, that's the thing. For me, I mean, I've made it very apparent that I don't like... I'm not a fan of tab targeting, like, rotation-based MMO combat systems. They're just not for me. But, as a result, the only thing I care about when it comes to a class in a game like this is whether or not the animations are cool. Are the animations cool? Do the buttons feel good to push?
これで全部
This button here feels awesome. Big 3-stage AoE bomb. Very fun.
これで片付いたかしら。
I hope that's all of them. Ooh.
ベヒーモス。
Behemoth. Woo. Let's go. Looks like I made it. Yeah, made it in time. Sick.
よかった。
I'm glad you're okay. Let's go.
エアネが設備の修復を終わらせてくれた。あとは障壁に雷力が行き渡るのを待つだけだ。
Yeah, I finished the repairs. All that we have to do is wait for the lightning ether to spread through the barrier.
ありがとう。
It would be very weird if your character became an NPC.
もうひと踏ん張りね。
It would be interesting, but it would be weird. Thank you. We just need to hold out until the barrier's back online. I was okay with it in the Wuklamat big story fight because the Warrior of Light just was, you know, cool guy posing in the corner. Let's actually use the focus target system, in case I need to dash.
これは雲を生み出しているのか。
強い雷力を感じる。雲から離れて。
Yeah, just get away from the clouds.
どれだけ生み出すつもりなの？
And is it going to make?
この数だと逃げ場がないわね。
There's, yeah, nowhere to hide. What, Kururu is going to do something to...
全部吹き飛ばしちゃって。
Kururu gets her pop-off moment. I'm going to fully trust Kururu. Nice.
ハーム島での経験が生きたわね。
Yeah, she mentioned the island. Every single time in a story fight, the second I pop this,
勢いを増している。
I'm gonna time out. It's gonna time out. It's gonna time out. I'm gonna...
雷のエーテル界まで発生してる。ヤシトラ、スフェーンに力を貸して、私は防いでみせるわ。
それならあんたと俺とでエーテル界の大将に回ろう。
Thankfully, it didn't just, like, fully time out, but goddamn. Every time. Every fucking time.
エーテル界がどんどん増えてる。お願い、あと少し。みんな、この子の後ろに避難して。
Whoa. Amazing, amazing, amazing.
乗りさあ一気に叩きましょう。
That is objectively the correct option. If you could paint anything to protect you, 100% a Spriggan. 100%, 1000%. Wonderful.
Oh, お疲れ。大活躍だったじゃないか。
The problem is that my brain is immediately going towards complete anachronisms. He's basically just saying, like, you were the MVP. Your two options are, you know, great fighting. You're really gotten stronger. I'm gonna go with the... Yay.
ヤシトラ、どうしたの？
Yeah, like, that is the problem with doing that. But I mean, I guess they would be like, oh, it's two different types of thing, right? Like, Kururu has a bit more utility, doesn't have the raw firepower. I don't know. I think that that's a problem that applies to basically every RPG ever made. You know, that's, God, playing Expedition 33, that sort of thing happens a lot. Because, I mean, it's not really particularly spoilers, but, like, you know, they'll have moments where you have, like, you know, you do, like, a friendly duel against a friendly character, and when you're fighting against them, they're crazy. They've got moves that have 1 billion hits, and they've got 10 million HP, and then you play as them, and none of that shit applies. It's the classic. Hold up, is something wrong?
障壁が復旧したようだわ。
The barriers have been restored. Ooh. Hell yeah. Yeah, all the monsters inside the barrier have been dealt with, have been wiped out, eradicated, and our guest took out our visitor took out Kurasharaborasa. And Ayane got the barrier up and running again. Or, you would say restored the barrier, yeah, probably. Yeah, monsters can't get into the city anymore. We're safe! Yay.
クラシャラボラスを倒した？ヤネちゃんす
Wow, that's amazing. Yay. How are we going from here to a new expansion? What?
皆さんご無事でよかった。
I'm glad you're all okay. I figured. I didn't say anything, but I figured. What, she's like her cousin? This lady isn't going to be... She's not going to be her grandmother. This is going to be like, they're going to be like cousins or something. Araira.
クルルさん、あなた、アライラという人をご存知ではない？
Kururu, would you happen to know someone by the name of Araira?
どうしてその名前を母のこと知っているんですか？
Wait, why do you know the name? Do you know my mother?
?ごめんなさい。まずは手当てが先ですわね。
Yeah, I'm sorry, first... What getting you better should be.
アライラの話。
Should come first.
お客人方が調べている鍵にも関わること。
You know, it's like talking about first aid, medical treatment, right?
くださいまし。
Yeah. What Araira has to do with the key that you're looking into. And we'll speak about this more in a more suitable place, more suitable location.
大丈夫、そんな顔をなさらないで。あなたにとっても悪い話ではありませんわ、きっと。
It's alright, you don't... I mean, it's like, you know, don't make that face, but it's really like, you don't... There's no need to be worried, it's... how do you say, 悪い話ではありませんわ? I don't know, I'm sure it's something you'd like to hear.
ルームルったら、喜びのあまり作業開始の号令を忘れていたみたい。
Oh, that Dumara... He was so happy he forgot to give the signal to start work or get back to work.
ひとまず被害状況の確認を始めてくださいな。
Everyone, to begin with, please. What verify the scope of the damage, extent.
私も状況を確認しつつタウンホールまで戻りますわ。手当てが終わりましたらそちらでお会いしましょう。
I'll head back to town hall myself after making sure things are all right. Let's speak there once you're better.
さてと、
Now then.
そんな治療してもらうほどじゃ。
No, I don't. Yeah, I don't need healing or anything. It's
早く宮入のところへ行って話をしたいのでしょ。だったら転ばず歩けるようにちゃんと癒しておかないと。
yeah, you want to speak with Miaire as soon as possible, don't you? In that case, we need to make sure you're all healed up so that you don't. Yeah, so you don't trip on the way there.
"クルルはもう動けそうね。疲労でよろけてしまったようだけれど、ひどい怪我はなくてよかったわ。
Yeah, it was just fatigue.
まさか、クルルのお母様をご存知だな。
気になることはまだあるが、
私ったら気が動転してしまって。いや、シトラのおかげで、本当にもう大丈夫よ。
Yeah, I really lost my composure. Thanks to Yasuo, I'm alright.
怪我とかないかしら。もしあったらすぐ癒すから、遠慮なく言ってね。
But, yeah, in any case, are you injured? If you are, I'll heal you right away. Don't hesitate to ask. Oh! Yeah, utopia in the fog. Or in the mist. Utopia and or paradise.
宮入様はお母さんのことを知っている。その理由を知りたいような、聞くのが怖いような複雑な心。
It's just called Into the Mist in English? Great. Wonderful. I love it here. Miairi knows about knows my mother. It's a strange feeling. Like, I want to know, but I'm scared to
で
ask.
も、せっかくここまで来たんだものね。ひるんでなんかいられないわ。
But we've come all this way, I can't... Yeah, hesitate
早
now.
速、宮入様の元へ向かいましょう。確か、タウンホールの
Lore dump, let's go. I'm so ready. Oh wait, yeah, you can use Mount Zir. I forgot.
ああ、お客人、宮入ばあちゃんに呼ばれ、
Yeah.
ラボラスを倒したって、鬼。
クルルに釣られて、なんだか、
お待ちかねの鍵について聞け。君が一緒なら大丈夫だとは思っ。私は大丈夫。
So this is her grandmother, and these are probably her cousins, right? That is a little bit convenient, but I'll allow it, whatever.
したいと思うのですけれど、最初に皆さんへ明かすべきことがあります。
It's like I'd like to start from the beginning, but first there's something I ought to tell you.
我々はミララ族の伝承に語られる巫女の一族、そして私が当代の巫女を務めておりますの。
Yeah, so... They went with speaker in the English, right? Just based on nothing. It's so unfortunate, man. It's so unfortunate. I'm literally just gonna say Miko. I don't give a shit. There is an appropriate translation of this somewhere. It's not speaker, but... the word Miko has so many... It's got so much more imbued meaning than you could throw into just like a random-ass word like speaker or whatever. I know exactly what they mean. Like, I really don't necessarily like using... One that people often do is like priestess. I don't really like that, but it would probably be closer. It's like we are the family of the... I'm just gonna say Miko. Spoken of in the legends of the Mirara people, and I am the current Miko. Whoa.
巫女の一族はこの地の長として同胞を率いながら故郷へと戻る術を探す役目を担っておりました。
Okay. Yeah, the family of the what Miko served as the leaders of this place, tasked with guiding their brethren and bearing the responsibility of searching for a path to return to our homeland.
けれど、世界をつなぐ力を持つとされる秘宝は願いに応えてはくれなかった。
However, the treasure containing, or said to contain, the power to connect worlds did not, grant our wish.
先代の巫女だった姉はとても悩んでいました。そんな折、プリザベーションが彼女に協力を打診してきたのです。
My sister, the previous Miko, was at a loss, and it was then that preservation approached her, proposing cooperation, or asking for cooperation.
私たちの一族は秘宝とされる遺物を受け継いでいてね。
Our family inherited this relic. Yeah, they're talking about it. That's the key.
私たちは世界が雷の力によって衰退していく中で伝承を再現し異世界に逃れられないかと考えたわけだ。
That is known as the key, as the world fell to the, it's like fell, decayed, degraded. But by the lightning, we, thought to recreate, or, bring about the legend once more and flee to another world.
だが努力も虚しく、世界をつなぐ力は発動できなかった。プリザベーションが接触してきたのはそんな時だ。
And yet, but after countless failures, or despite our best efforts, the Yeah, power to connect worlds would not activate. Again, this is all... You would come up with something better. You would find a way to make this work. Instead of saying, like, the power to connect worlds could not be activated. That's very literal gloss. But I'm not gonna try. At this moment in time. It was then that preservation reached out.
同じような話をしてもらいました。記憶から再現された両親に。
It's not necessarily that the well, the thing is that it's actually not supposed to be a sci-fi sounding term because this is like a fusion of like ancient magic and sci-fi nonsense. It's supposed to stand out. The term is supposed to stand out as not being particularly sci-fi sounding because it's based on some ancient mythological shit. So they'll change energy drink to energy tonic, but then do this. It doesn't make sense. I heard something similar from, like, the memories of my parents.
宮入様は母の妹なのですか?
Mihairi, are you my mother's sister?
そしてあなたもまた巫女の一族の一人であり、私の姪ということになりますわね。
Yeah. Yes, and you are... Yeah, of the family of Miko. And my niece.
プリザベーションの企てを阻止するために鍵と娘を手放して遠ざけることにした。それが姉夫婦から届いた最後の連絡でしたわ。
To stop preservations. What scheme they... What we will... What, send away, or it's like part with the key and our daughter. That was the last message I received from my sister and her husband.
スフェン様とヤシトラさんのご説明を聞く中で、その後鍵がどうなったのかはおおむね把握しております。
Having listened to the explanations given by Sven and Yashola, I believe I have a understanding of what happened to the key following.
宮入様、いえ、
After.
おばさまは鍵を取り戻したいとお考えですか?
You just don't do this sort of... I mean, you could have her say, Aunt Miyaedi. Maybe. Maybe. Or do you want to take back the key?
私たちトレノのミララ族はもはや鍵を求めておりません。ここに根を下ろし生きていくつもりですのよ。
If this term is not in the English here, I'm going to lose it. This is very clearly intentional. They actually do say put... Wait, no. They say here's where we've put down our roots. But you don't... Why would you remove it from Kururu before then? Why would you remove all mention of this earlier? So you use it once here. But not any of the previous times. You changed all the quest names that reinforced this. Ah. We, the Mirara of Toreno, would no longer seek the key. We intend to lay down our roots and live here.
アライラが手放すと判断した時点で我々の元に戻ってくることはない。あれはそういうものなのです。
How do you express this? It's like, as Araira decided to let it go, what, it would never return to us? No, that is...
ただし、姉は鍵が悪用されることを防ぐため、己の命と
It's like that's what we believed, I guess you might say. Yeah, however, to prevent the key from being misused, my sister gave up her life, but in even more, it's like gave her life and even more her daughter. You know, it's saying more precious than her life.
鍵を持つ者に問わねばなりませんわ。
But knowing this, I must ask, but the holder of the key.
あなたが世界をつなぐ力を扱えるようになったとして、何のためにお使いになるかしら。
If you were to be able to use the power to connect worlds, there's a translation for that somewhere. For what would you use it? Your options are to travel to unexplored worlds, to save as many as I can, or I'm not quite sure. I mean, I'm gonna be honest and just say, explore.
So, 己の欲求のために用いるのだとも受け取れるけれど、あなたが成した行いを思えば、その心配はなさそうですわね。
Haha, I see. What that could be seen as using it for your own desires, but considering all that you have done, but I don't believe that to be of concern.
人を 害するような意図はないのだと。姪のお仲間であるあなたを信じましょう。
As like a trusted friend of my niece, I believe, or I trust that you have no intention of causing harm to anyone.
ところで鍵に関する資料はここに残っているかしら。
In any case, are there any documents relating to the key still here?
プリザベーションとの共同研究に合意したとき、アライラたちがすべて持ち出しております。今も残っているとすれば、アレクサンドリアにあるかと。
Yeah, all of that was taken by Adaira when they, agreed to collaborate with preservation. If any such documentation still remained, it would be in Alexandria.
そう。なら、やはりプリザベーションの研究施設を当たるのが最善ね。
I see. So, in that case, it would be... Yeah, the best course of action is to... look into that preservation research facility.
シェールさんの調査が進んだかもしれないし、そろそろ向こうに帰って確認を。
Cheryl's investigation might have made some progress. It's about time we head back and check and...
私、帰るって。
Yeah. Go back.
こちらのことを帰る場所と思っていないとか、故郷をないがしろにしているとか、そういうつもりはなくて。
This is all... Hey. Anytime that somebody says they write the game joint in English, please explain why they would time this entire cutscene and make this entire section around a Japanese linguistic concept that doesn't exist in English. Like, to make that line work, you would have to say, go home, but that doesn't actually make sense, considering that she doesn't view... It's not like she thinks of Alexandria as her home. It's specifically the word kairu. The indirect implication that there is somewhere that she ought to be that is not here. That this is a place that she is temporarily and she is going to return somewhere else. So, no matter how you cut it, this is going to end up sounding awkward in the English. They don't write it in the English simultaneously. I don't mean that this isn't a... I don't think of this place as my home, or that I'm... like, disrespecting or abandoning my hometown. It's... That's not what I meant, it's... Okay, there is something that I'm somewhat concerned about, or like curious about here. Kururu is like 20 or so, right? Like 20, 22? I think I might just be misremembering the timeline here, but there's no way that... Like, Miyairi sounds like she's like 70 here. Like, this is a old woman voice. Were her parents, like, in their 40s when they had her? It's probably just... Yeah, it's just the time dilation stuff. I think that they addressed that. right? Because there is, like, the time discrepancy in Alexandria and outside, but I don't know if they made that explicit. It does just have to be some time dilation stuff. But then, like... No, it does make sense. Miyairi is Kururu's aunt, but these two people's grandmother. Yes, that does make sense. I'm just trying to think about the time frame. It's alright. It's alright, Kururu.
血筋は時に人を縛り付けてしまうけれど、アライラとロボルがそうなることを望んでいるとは思えない。
Like, one's birth and, like, bloodline can tie people down, but I don't believe that Aira or Roboru wanted that for you.
二人が鍵のことで奔走していたのも、
Or it's like, I cannot believe.
一族の責務というしがらみを
You could honestly just say, like, they did not want that for you. But after all, the reason they were so, like, what, obsessed with the key, or it's like the reason they worked so hard to investigate the key was to to not leave the burden of their family's duty to the future generations.
ことを選んだように、あなたもあなたらしくあれる場所でのびのびと生きなさい。
Just as we chose to live here in Toreno, you two... But live where you can truly be yourself. Or, you know, go and live where you can truly be yourself. You probably say go and live.
でも見送りぐらいはさせてくださいましね。障壁近くでまた合流いたしましょう。
What is this, by the way? Like, where did they... One, it's just not good, and two... Like, they made up this bullshit in, like, a fake prophecy. They changed a, like, commandment from the ancient Mirara people to some sort of weird prophecy. A place where you can bloom and grow with fearless joy. Like, this fearless joy thing is something that they keep mentioning again that doesn't track to anything in the story. It's just kind of like a total non sequitur. Like, you might as well just... You could sub that out for literally any positive affirmation and it would not change the content or themes of the story. It's like, what, please let me be there to... Let's say goodbye. Let's meet again near the barrier. Yay.
あなたも知っての通り、その鍵は大きな力を秘めております。
As I'm sure you're aware, that key has great power, holds great power within.
故にこそ時代も世界すらも超えてあまたの人々の手を渡ってきた。
渡ってきた! They're even cutting to a scene of Guru's father giving the key to someone. That's why it has been given. You know, you would say like crossed, you know, passed through the hands of with so many people transcending what eras and worlds across, you would say like across eras and worlds.
鍵を引き寄せるのかもしれない。鍵が持ち主を選び渡り歩いているのかもしれない。
It's like, but perhaps like the greed of those seeking power draws the key to them, or perhaps the key chooses its owner. It chooses its master, chooses its owner. And then travels from... It's like, you know, travels from place to place.
けれど私は大いなる力の本流か、あるいは運命とも呼ばれるような何かが鍵をあるべき場所へと導いているように感じるのです。
But yet I feel as though a torrent of immense power, or perhaps what you may call fate, you know, what may be called fate, is guiding the key to where it ought to be.
どうか気をつけて。運命は今あなたを見ているのだから。
Yeah, please take care. What fate is watching you. That's like, it's not necessarily just watching you, it's like fate is like judging almost. That usage of miteiru. Wait, who the fuck? Who was? I'm assuming, though, that this is where we're going to have that, like, foreshadowing about the key pay off. Because they keep talking about the key passing hands. You cannot give Calyx the key. Like, the key has been given from person to person. In all of these situations, they're showing somebody, like, willingly handing over the key. Potentially under duress, but they're still being the one to extend their hand and give the key to someone else. It's even more important than that. I'm invested, I'm interested. The Lalafell walk cycle will never not be funny to me. Look at him go.
お見送りありがとうございます。
Yeah, thank you all.
みんなを
For
助
being
ける
here.
ために戦ってくれて本当にありがとな。
Thank you so much for everything you did to help, save everyone, help us all, etc.
しっかり養生するよう伝えておいてちょうだい。
We've done what we can to treat the injured, but please make sure to tell them to get some rest.
それからグラシャラボラスのことも、俺たちの両親や犠牲になった同胞の仇を討ってくれて本当に感謝してる。
And thank you so much for avenging my parents and our countrymen.
障壁を復旧できると信じて手を貸してくれて嬉しかったです。守ってもらえてるって思えたから安心して作業できました。
Okay. Thank you for trusting in me and helping restore the barrier. Knowing you were there to protect me, let me
それに
focus all my attention in my
お
work.
かげで採石場も再稼働できました。不足していたエレクトロープが手に入るようになればより安定した暮らしができるはず。
Thanks to all of you, we've been able to get the quarry running again. Once we shore up the electro shortage, we'll be able to live much more, that is, like, stable lives. You could say, like, our livelihood won't be at risk anymore.
それからグレルさん、
And Kururu,
苦難の中にあっても追い育て咲き誇れ。隣人と手を取り合い伸び育て地に道よ。
how in the world would this make any fucking sense with the weird prophecy thing that they rewrote this to? This is very clearly like a command, like a moral lesson sort of thing, right? I go be fruitful and multiply, etc., etc. They start this in English with "O life." It doesn't come across as a list of commandments. It comes across as like a passive prophecy. This is a statement of what the Midara people ought to do. In the midst of hardship. Like, grow and blossom and bloom. You could say, like, flourish and bloom. Join hands with your neighbors. Grow and fill the earth.
根ざす場所が違ったとしてもお互い自分らしく咲き誇れるように頑張りましょうね。
Yeah, it's like, even if our roots are in different places, let's both do our best, whatever. Try our hardest to bloom. In our own ways.
その言葉を胸に刻んで私も励んでいくわ。
I'll keep those words at heart and keep pushing forward.
アライラの声も
No, yeah, the
記憶はどんどん薄れていって今では強い決意を持って旅立つ姿が思い出されるだけ。
No, yeah, the English, like, prophecy thing doesn't make any goddamn sense. It's just a vague collection of roughly prophecy-sounding words. I'm slowly forgetting. But Adaida's face, her voice. All I can remember is her setting off on her. Like her determination. You might say like that look on her face when she set off on her journey.
けれどね、同胞たちと話すあなたの姿に彼女の面影が重なって見えた。
Yeah. When I saw you speaking with everyone here. Yeah, I saw... what's the expression here in English? There's an expression of this. You could just say, like, it reminded me of her. Like, maybe see her reflection in you. Something along those lines.
もう二度と会うことは叶わないと、そう思っていた姉に再び会えたように感じましたのよ。
This sounds so awkward in English. I think you would have to just say, like, I thought I would never see her again, but... You get the meaning. She's saying, like, I feel as though I have been able to see my sister again, who I never thought I would be able to see again. The problem is that you're gonna end up doubling up that expression in English.
何よりあなたに会えたことが私にとって大きな喜びですわ。
Above all, I'm so glad. So incredibly glad I had the chance to meet you.
あなたに帰る場所があるのは分かっているけれど、ここもまた故郷の一つだと思ってもらえたら嬉しい。
I know you have a place to return to go back to, but I would be happy if you would think of this place as a home to you as well.
いつでも顔を見せに来てくださいましね。
And please, you're welcome to visit anytime.
はい、必ず。
I will.
雷属性に起因した麻痺症状についても仲間が治療法を見つけてくれたから、皆さんに伝える準備を整えてきます。
Okay. And what companions have found, my friends and I have found a cure for the paralysis. It will... Well, we'll get everything ready that we need to share it with you.
まあ、素晴らしいお仲間がたくさんいらっしゃるのね。
I see. You truly have so many wonderful friends/companions,
あなたの
allies.
解放を心から楽しみに待っております。
we look forward to. What, your next visit?
長生きしてみるものですわ。ね、アライラ。
I don't know if you would say, like, it really was worth. I think you would say, like, I'm so glad I got to live to see this. Araira. Okay, we're talking about setting up some sort of airship travel route.
ソリューション9まで戻ったらお茶の一杯でも飲んで落ち着き。まだ夢心地で心がふわふわとしているわ。でもここまでの出来事も受けた思いと言葉もしっかりと抱えて進まなければね。
It's like it still just doesn't feel real, like I'm, in a dream. But God. Okay, we gotta keep moving forward. They talk about the omoi that they've inherited. It's not just feelings, it's not just words, it's all of that put together. Okay, go back to Solution 9. Encryption has made progress. Okay. Okay. I'd love to stay with you all, but Go-san is likely worried. I need to get back to my official duties.
まずはゴッサンさんを訪ねた方が良さそうだわ。長々と付き合わせてしまってごめんなさいね。
Yes, I think it would be good to go speak with Go-san. Sorry for taking so much of your time.
好きでついてきたんだから気にしないで。ゴッサンはレゾリューションにいるはずだからお言葉に甘えてまずはそちらへ向かわせてね。
Oh no, I went along because I wanted to. Please don't worry at all. Okay. When are things going to go wrong? Things are clearly about to go wrong at some point here. Where's the story beat? We just had the big emotional reunion and farewell. Where's the sting of, and now here's all the shit that's gone wrong? I'm waiting.
帰ってきたわね。
おや、皆さんお揃いで。長らくご不在で心配しておりましたよ、スフェーン様。一体どちらへ行かれていたのですか？
We were quite worried of, considering your long absence, where exactly had you gone?
話すと長くなるんだけど。
It would take a while to explain, but...
皆さんがご一緒だったとはいえ、地上へ降りてトレノへ向かうなど危ないではありませんか？
Even though you were with them, it was... Yeah, descending to the surface and... making way to Toreno was far too dangerous.
でもね、リビングメモリーを経由する必要はあるけど、トレノとの交流を再開できそうなんだ。
Well, we'll have to utilize living memory, but we'll be able to reestablish contact with, Toreno.
だから、結果的には良かった、ということで、ね。
So it, it worked out. It's like, it was it turned out well, right?
次からは行動に移す前に一言ご連絡ください。何かあってからでは大事ですから。
Next time, please. Let me know before you act. It would be quite serious if something went wrong.
はい、反省しています。
Yes, I apologize. Ahaha.
それじゃあ、このまま西部に戻るね。困ったこと。
Okay, I'm going to get back to my duties if you need anything. Give me a call anytime. Just say the word.
皆さんお帰りなさい。戻ってたんですね。その後、守備よく運びましたか？
Welcome back. Everyone, did things go well?
なるほど、飛空艇が。トレノの名前は聞いたことがありますが、今もミララ族の生き残りが暮らしているとは驚きましたね。
I see an airship. I've heard of Toreno before, but I'm shocked to hear that what survivors from the Mirara were still living there.
トレノの住民を束ねる宮入が言うには、鍵に関する資料はプリザベーションへ持ち込まれたそうよ。早速探りたいのだけど、解読処理は進んでいて。
Okay, according to the leader of the, we would just say leader of Toreno, Miyairi, any documentation involving the key would have been taken by preservation. We'd like to look into that immediately. Is the decryption going well?
ええ、まだ終わってはいないものの、順調にいってますよ。これから、格納格10から29へ行って、処理が済んでいる内容を精査していこうかと。
It's not quite finished, but it's proceeding smoothly. I'm planning on, or I'm heading to, storage pod 1029 right now to, look over the currently, available processed data.
あら、それは、ちょうどよかった。閲覧できるものから、早速目を通したいわ。
Ah, wonderful. If there's... if there's any available data, I'd like to look over it immediately.
では、ヤシュトラさんと情報を整理しておくので、共有できる。
Okay. This is patch break. It's going to take some time to go over things with Yashtola. Give us some time.
じゃ、俺たちはひとまず解散するか。あんたは戦い続きだったし、休憩が必要だろう？
Okay, let's...
それに、クルルは、
disband.
の扱いを覚えない
Yeah. It's just like the standard, you gotta get some rest. Kurura needs to learn how to handle a
黒いレギュレーターの騒動が起きた時も、私はテンパード治療以外の対応に当たっていたからね。後でヤシュトラから教わっておかないと。
Okay, yeah. When everything with the black regulators happened, I was dealing with other matters. She's saying she didn't get a chance to learn how to treat tempered people. I'll have to have Yashtola teach me.
第9世界を知るどころか、まさか肉親に会えるだなんて思わなかった。
Yeah, this is all just recap. I imagined I would be able to meet a relatives of mine.
おばさまのところにはまた顔を出しに行くけれど、
Learn
私
about
は
the
これ
ninth.
からもこの世界でみんなと一緒に頑張って
I'll go to visit my aunt. Of course, but I'm going to
オレオ
keep
さん、ラハ君、私の探
but
求のため
fighting in
に
this world
付き
with all of
合
you.
ってくれて本当にありがとう。
Thank you so much for what joining me on what my journey, discovery, yeah, yay. Okay. There's no way they're going to have an extra, like, a post-credits. Where's the post-credits scene? It's right here. This is the format. There we go. Oh, no. Oh, you fuckers. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. Oh, if they actually do this, they're pieces of shit.
私たちも忙しくなりますわよ。
I would actually be, like, somewhat disappointed if they set up these characters and then immediately kill them. We'll be busy from now on as well.
トロープの採石を再開できたことですし、
I don't like the way that the camera is zooming.
の増設も検討しましょう。
Okay, now that we can... mine more electrope, let's consider... expanding the, food production facilities. Alternate knowledge coming along and killing all of them? Yeah. Who is? Oh man. Well, since they were by, I thought I'd just take a look, but... They looked at me. They definitely looked at me. The Warrior of Light. Yamero. That's Calyx.
おい、ハルマルト。
Harumaruto. They really put Calyx in a marketable plushie, huh?
それだけ目立っていれば、あいつじゃなくても目を止めるさ。
Okay, so the previous line was like, well, they're so scary. But the second they take down their enemies, the second they set their eyes on them, and like even gods, an utterly unparalleled hero. They are a Warrior of Light nerd. She is nerding out about seeing the Warrior of Light. Yeah, come on, if you... make that much of a scene everybody's gonna notice?
お前のその角や鱗は霧の大陸じゃ珍しいものだ。加えて服装も極めて古典的。まるで俺が生まれた時代のトレノだよ。
What, those horns and scales of yours are... rare on the continent of mist? And that clothing of yours? It's... it's old-fashioned, just like... it's like the, Toreno from my time?
いつもの黒鳳凰はどうした？
What happened to those, what, black robes you always wear?
あんなの着てたらアシエンですって宣伝してるようなものじゃないですか。
Wait, she's great. Immediately, she's great. It's like, what if I wear that? That's just like saying, hey, I'm an ASEAN. She says like it'd be like just announcing to the world that I'm an ASEAN. ASEAN desu. って
いずれは明かすことですが、時と場所は私だってちゃんと選びます。
I mean, I'll reveal it eventually, but I guess you would say, like, even I know how to choose the right time and place.
それに目立つ格好というのなら、私よりもむしろ。
When if we're talking about people standing out, then it isn't me. We should be worried.
あなたの方だと思います。
Yeah, I think if anybody, yeah, you.
可愛らしいです。
Yeah, you're so much smaller and cuter, don't you think? Let me down.
冗談はさておき、私たちもじきにこの第9世界を立つことになります。
Well, jokes aside, we really do need to leave the ninth world soon.
今のうちに会いたい方などいらっしゃれば、肉体を調達してあなたの姿に作り変えますが。
Huh? What if there's anyone you want to see now while you still can? We could always... Or I could procure a physical body for you and... reshape it.
必要ない。この上生身の体なんて得ようものなら、自分で自分の主張を殺すようなものだ。
There's no need. If I were to, acquire a physical body, it would be, like destroying my own argument? You could say, like, destroying my own claim, maybe.
それに、お前たちのやり方で異世界に移動するのなら、どのみち肉体は捨てることになるだろう。
Yeah, and besides, if we were going to travel between worlds the way that you all usually do, we'd have to give up our physical bodies anyways, right?
ご容赦を。確かにアシエンが用いる転移魔法では、肉体を有したまま世界を渡ることができません。
My apologies. It's true, the teleportation magic used by the Asians doesn't allow traveling between worlds while maintaining a physical body.
一度エネルギーになって次元の狭間を越え、行った先で肉体を再調達することになります。
Transforms into an etheric form. You would say etheric form, etheric body, and crosses the... dimensional gap? And then, reacquires... Yeah, you'd say one does that, and then reacquires a physical body at the destination.
ですがご安心ください。何でもかんでもこちらに置いていってしまうわけではなく。
But please rest assured, it's not like what you simply leave everything behind here.
多少のものならば、こうしてクラックを生じさせて送ることができますから。
But for smaller items, what I can simply, create a crack like this and send them through?
もちろん、お預かりしているあなたの本体も。
Okay, yeah, Hontai being like true form, but written as memories. Including, of course, your memories.
だったらなおさら今の姿のままで構わない。この人形程度であればクラックを通れる範囲だろう。
Real body, in that context, it's like true form, true self, right? Yeah, in that case, there's, all the more reason I'm fine as I am. Yeah, it's whatever. Like a doll this size should be able to fit through through that crack just fine, right?
いちいち体を探さなくてよくなるし、物質界を見るための媒体なんて何だって構わないんだ。
But I won't have to, find a physical body each and every time, and besides, it doesn't matter. To me, like, what medium I use to observe the material world, or like the physical world, rather.
俺はただ、この先起きることを観察できれば、それでいい。
So long as I can observe what is going to happen, or like what is about to happen, that's enough for me. That's fine by me.
承知しました。では、肉体の件は忘れていただくとして。
I understand. Now then, let's forget all about getting you a physical body.
そのままの姿であっても、別れの挨拶をしたい方がいらっしゃるのなら、会いに行くべきだと思います。
If there's anyone you want to say goodbye to in that form, I believe you should do so.
あなたが敗北した以上、そして光の戦士様が今のままである以上。
No, yeah, I mean, I haven't looked at the English. I've heard, I think I've heard that there was some stuff about this character a while back, but the thing that makes her, I'm assuming she's going to be the next big villain. The thing that makes her compelling is just how well-intentioned she seems. She's just like, kind of friendly and a huge Warrior of Light nerd. Like that sort of bookish charm or whatever you want to say. Like, oh no. Oh man, the Warrior of Light looked at me. They really looked at me. Whoa, oh amazing. I can't believe it. Like, she comes off as shy. Really. And now that you've been defeated, like, even talking to Calyx there, it's just like, well, we could get you a body. Oh, I'm just saying, you could do it. Alright, no worries. Yeah, now that you've been defeated and the Warrior of Light is as they are. Or like with the Warrior of Light as they are.
ここはもう滅びるしかない世界なのですから。
滅びるしかない世界。That's difficult. That's difficult. So, I don't think you want to say is like fated or doomed, right? I think you would probably say there's nothing left for this world other than ruin. Right, it's... Fated is maybe okay. Maybe. But I don't really like it. They just say doomed. Ugh. That's minor technically, but it's annoying.
俺は人の社会から死を取り去りたかった。
I wanted to remove death from humanity.
誰もがそれを意味ながら諦めて受け入れていることがどうしても我慢ならなかったんだよ。
I couldn't stand that when everyone despised it, yet simply gave up and accepted it. Or you could say resigned themselves and accepted it.
会いたいやつも別れの握手を交わしたいやつも言わしない。
顔はない。Okay, he's just saying like there are no individuals I wish to see. Like anyone I wish to shake hands with in the end.
だからこそ人が生きる限り信じ続けるだろう。
But that's why, but I will continue to believe. So long as what humanity lives. As long as mankind lives.
俺が生涯をかけて確立した技術がそれでもまだ誰かを救うと。
What the technology I spent my entire life perfecting will save someone.
でしたら進みましょう。
Yeah. What, so then let us seed?
間もなくすべての世界を揺るがす異変が起き始める。私たちウィンタラーが越えるべき厳しい冬の訪れです。
It's just him. Okay, so, but before long an event will occur that is like shake every world. All worlds. Yeah, the arrival of what a harsh winter that this is the problem. Wintara and then winter. These are different words. In Japanese, they say wintara and fuyu. But, you know, winterer. I feel like you would have to do something other than winterer. No, yeah, that makes sense. I couldn't remember all of the people, but I figured she was part of what was it? How many people was it? The committee? It was 14, right? I can't remember if it was 14 or 12. It was 14, yeah. Committee of 14. What is that, your assessment?
いいえ告げているんです
No? What, it's been... I think this is like, it's been announced? Or I'm announcing it?
星の意志に変わる断りが
Oh, shit. Kotowari. Fuck. This is hard. I would need more context to know exactly what they mean by kotowari. You can't just say reason. I don't think it's really just going to be reason, but they are saying like there will be a reason, or like there will be truth to replace the will of the world. But specifically the whole Hoshi no ishi ni kawaru. I'm assuming that she's talking about setting up some sort of like system reason in the SMT Nocturne sense. Yeah. It's setting up like, she's talking about a system in place of an entity considered the will of the world. No, yeah, they've brought this up. You might even go with law? Kind of? Like... No, yeah, this is very much so. Nobody else is gonna understand that. But... So I'm assuming then that the English just doesn't do any of this. Nature's proclamation, can't you hear it? It echoes in the silence left by the will of the star. Yeah, that's completely wrong. None of that makes any sense. That means literally nothing. 100%, that is just, they have no idea what this means, and instead of actually translating whatsoever, they're just vague posting. Like, that's just straight up vague posting. They're making a statement that could be interpreted as literally anything, and therefore means nothing. Whereas the Japanese very clearly says that whatever this is, this law, this reason, this whatever, it is replacing the system of the will of the world. The position that Heidelin, etc., Zodiac, once fulfilled, will be replaced with this. When it's like on the brink? Or no, that's, this N is, yeah, no, it's N. God. What am I talking about? It's like following the thread? I guess? What the fuck? Why does she talk like this in the English? I just looked over at it. They just completely got rid of all of her personality. The Great Withering? What? Wait, what? Oh my poor heart, I only meant to steal a glimpse while we were in the area. Our eyes definitely met, didn't they? That's not ideal? Such fearsome instincts to perceive me as a threat in an instant. But I shouldn't be surprised, it's the Source's vaunted hero after all. What the fuck is any of that? This is just so dumb. Like, this barely even feels like it warrants a response. The Winterers must be prepared to outlast the Great Withering to come. Okay, so here's the problem here. I can understand this. I understand this, actually, because I ran into the same problem while I was reading that. I went, oh man, the Winterers are talking about the coming of a great winter, but in Japanese, those two winters are two different words. In English, you don't want to double up on the same word. It's just kind of like a classical writing convention that using the same word multiple times in a row in quick succession like that feels hacky. And so you want to do something about it. I understand the feeling of wanting to do something about it, but if you're going to try and do something about it, why would you do Winterer and Withering? Those two words that start with W and W-I. If you're trying to not make them sound so similar, and therefore awkward, why would you choose Withering? Like, you're failing at even the attempt. One, the thing that you're trying to do is dumb, but you're also failing at the thing that you're attempting to do. If we were going to attempt to do anything about that, if we were going to try and change either one of those, it would be the Winterer thing. Is Withering ye olde for winter? No shot. Well, I mean, see, that's the thing, like... That's the thing that really bothers me, is that the translation being like this, and really just this whole philosophy of rewrites as translation, it's so disrespectful to the invested fans. Like, it's so fucked up. You can't discuss, you can't do theory crafting. You can't do predictions in the English. People are just basing their assumptions. People are deep diving on the lore based on entirely incorrect information. And that information is, the things that are present in the English are not what the story is. They're not going to base the story around them. The English is full of plot holes. It's full of contradictions. Just because fucking Koji Fox and co. decided that being accurate doesn't matter. They're totally fine with generating massive fucking plot holes for the sake of their stupid style guide. Let's just have them say that the Echo is a gift from Heidelin all the time. Let's pretend like primals are actually gods. Let's make up bullshit about how ether works with Y'shtola. Let's have the Asians say that people's souls, that the rejoinings are making people's souls weaker. You can't do theory crafting. You can't attempt to figure out what is going to happen later in the story. There is no foreshadowing. And it's so I just feel so bad for people who play the game in English and assume that they're being given a faithful product, that they assume that the story information that they're being given is in any way, shape, or form accurate, and they waste so much of their time on trying to decipher a web of story information that is intentionally inaccurate. And that's really what it comes down to. Those people are having their time wasted. And that's fucked up. Like, you could never, with the English information, you could never actually come to the conclusion before it was revealed that the soul split happened. Because they tell you explicitly in the English that the rejoinings are making people's souls weaker. If you're paying attention to the story, you would come to the exact wrong conclusion. And you would be right in doing so. Like, you could never be like, oh, well, maybe the Ascians are trying to rejoin the worlds to bring people's souls back together, but no, the Ascians specifically said that the rejoinings are making people's souls weaker. It can't be that. It's just so depressing, honestly. Like, it really genuinely does make me feel bad. Because those people are very heavily invested in something, in a piece of art that they care about. Yeah. In ARR in Japanese, you know what the Ascians are trying to do. They tell you what they're trying to do. They give you information that they're saying that they're trying to restore the world back to its original form. They're trying to restore Heidelin back to her original form. That they're confused that Heidelin seemingly is allowing them to do these rejoinings because it's going against her plan and working right into their hands. None of that information really is present in the English. And so people just say like, oh yeah, you can just skip ARR, it doesn't matter. And then we still have it coming back here. Like this whole Sekai no Kotowari thing. That's one of the first plot pieces that they introduced to you in the entire fucking game. The idea of like the laws of the universe, the laws of reality, the rules of this world, the reason of this world. That's something that they dangled in front of the player from like literal hour 1 of the game. And it was never fucking translated. It's so tilting, it's so infuriating. In any case, we're going to begin a new patch in just a second. I'm gonna go to the bathroom again. Oh, they bring it up all the time, Kaz. Like, they brought it up all the time in ARR. Like, shit. It's part of the big speech from, shit, what's his name? La Habrea in Todorok? Like, La Habrea's speech in Todorok goes over a lot of it, which they just replaced with that bullshit bedtime storyline. But yeah, we can go over that more in just a second. I gotta go to the bathroom though. I'm back. 1 second. Here, let me see if I can actually find the conversation real quick. It's like, what, a level 30-something quest, right? One second. Oh no, it's a level 24 dungeon. Okay. Okay, I think I found it. Yes, one moment, please. No, this one is... Yeah, Patch was right about the, I believe it's the Hawk Manor one is the one where they talk more about the, like, laws of the world. Sorry. Because this is actually quite interesting, I think. Oh, it's only a fucking level 28 dungeon, goddamn. I thought it was like 30-something, man. I don't remember any of this. Yeah, no, this one's just, like, more actual foreshadowing. Ah, man. The Kultawari thing is in different spots. I don't remember the exact ones. I'll need to, like, look it up again. But, I mean, the Asians do tell you straight up that, like, they do actually tell you what their motivations are in ARR, as opposed to just not saying really anything. Yeah, I don't remember what happens. It shows up a lot in smaller places. Generally, when, like, random Asians would show up in ARR, they would name drop something about, like, the laws of reality are corrupted or have failed. In some way or another, we need to bring it back to their proper form. And specifically, Harumaru to here is talking about replacing, you know, the concept of the will of the world being replaced with some sort of order, some sort of law. Presumably something impartial. Right? Some sort of thing that is not reliant on any individual personality or will. But rather some sort of impartial,
あら、休憩はもういいの？
properly established system that people can't fuck with.
現状について整理してみましょうか。
Okay, we're doing recap again.
私たちは第9世界の現状について知るため、リビング
Wait a second, I'm an idiot. I could just...
霧の大陸に残る都市国家トレノを訪れた。
I can just Google, or I can just search it in fucking Discord. I can just look up that kanji in Discord and scroll back through. The problem is that it's also going to show up in, like, anytime somebody said moody or something. Anytime that Dio shows up. Oh god. Oh yeah, no, that kanji gets used all the fucking time. At the start of Dawn Trail. I'm finding references to myself saying that... talking about this again. But it is basically like they use this terminology. The Ascians used that word to say that their role was to fix the, like, law of reality. You know, to fix the rules of reality. Laws of the universe. I'm wasting way too much time on looking for this, aren't I? Actually, here's another example. This is the same word that's used in Elden Ring, actually, to refer to, like, the laws of reality. Well, okay, so in Shadowbringers, I don't really know exactly what you're talking about in the Japanese. They always established the will of the world as being a effective role that they made for Zodiark to fulfill in order to tie up and preserve the laws of reality effectively, to stop it's again that same kanji, to stop that from breaking down the kotowari. If there is any time. Yeah. Hang on. Who is this from? Hang on. Oh yeah, this is from the kid who... This is a line from that kid who was working for, Elidibus, right? Okay. One second. God, I'm wasting so much time on this. Yeah. .55 should be coming relatively soon. Basically, they use this kanji, this kotowari, to refer to the Asians as being like adherents or followers of a law of reality, right? Which is that's way early foreshadowing about the nature of the quote-unquote will of the world. But the fact that they don't translate this kotowari ever is so fucking tilting. It is really, genuinely, incredibly frustrating. Okay. I found it. Never mind, I actually found it. I actually found it. For real this time. Okay. So, let me give you context. This is an Emmett Silk line. So, God, I'm taking way too long. This is an Emmett Silk line talking, this is like the big line talking about Zodiac. Like, actually telling you what Zodiac is. This is, like, before the world was split, broken, there lived a prosperous civilization full of life, but then kotowari, the natural order, the laws of the universe, were thrown into disarray, or were disturbed. And an unforeseen, unprecedented calamity occur. Civilization and life itself stood on the brink of ruin. The people of that civilization, through prayer and sacrifice, created a new law, a new foundation. This kotowari, again, aratana kotowari, of the world, giving birth to the will of the world. Its name was Zodiac. So notice how in the Japanese there, you have, before Zodiark, you're talking about the laws of reality, the reason, the logic, the principles on which the world functions, as just being a thing that exists. You just have the laws of reality, effectively. But then, all of the shit with Meteon occurs, and those laws of reality are thrown out of whack. And so in order to shore that up, to build some new fundamental laws of reality, they have to make Zodiark. And so now, this new character is talking about re-establishing the system that was present before everything went to shit. What was the translation for that line again, instead of actually talking about, like, the laws of reality? Let me look back over that again. Yeah, it's nature's proclamation, can't you hear it? It echoes in the silence left by the will of the star. That means nothing. Imagine if instead, from the beginning of the game, they had been consistent in actually talking about the laws of reality. If they actually had a term for it, if they translated this Kotowari to something, then when this character brings it up again, you would know what they're talking about. Nature's proclamation means fuck all. There are many ways that you could translate it. You could say, like, it is proclaimed, whatever. Like, there will be no more will of the world. The, like, laws of reality will be restored. Or, like, a new order. If you wanted to go with order for Kotowari, you would use that. Whatever you're gonna use, have it be consistent. And the thing is that they should have known that this was going to be a thing that comes up a bunch, because it comes up all the fucking time in the ARR script. The word gets used to the point where it feels weird. If you have a word that is showing up all the time and is being referenced by characters explicitly in a specific context, you need to have an equivalent. You need to actually do your fucking job. Imagine if all of those times that the Asians and characters were talking about the laws of reality, the order of the world, that they had actually stuck with it and been like, the world's order has been thrown into disarray. We will restore the world's order. And then you have it come back here and they're like, instead of, in place of the will of the world, the order will be restored. Order, rules, laws. Whichever one you choose for it, just choose one. But that tells you so much about what the expansion is actually going to be about, and people playing in English would have no fucking idea. Like, where I imagine they're going with this, then, is that this character, being like the more intellectual, dispassionate type, is literally just talking about setting back the world to the way that it was, so that they don't have to do anything anymore. Right? You're just gonna put the world back into the way it's supposed to be, you get the worlds back together, and then it's just gonna run itself. You set up the parameters right how they should be, and things go back to just running themselves. She's not going to be in it for any sort of personal gain or whatever, it's just, we can't keep doing this thing where people can fuck with the natural order of reality. We're gonna make it so that things are just set up the way that they're supposed to be, and then nobody touches it anymore. Especially considering that they're having Calyx be the sub-villain there, these are both completely dispassionate villains then. These are characters who fully believe in what they're doing, they're not in it for any sort of personal methods. They're probably even borderline like I would imagine, you know, this botanist lady would be totally fine with just leaving shit as it is. She's probably not even going to be talking about like bringing back all of the ancients or anything. But just like the way that things currently are is unstable, we can't leave it like that. I'm trying to help. Anyway, back to the actual game. It will break within a week, but that also makes so much sense with what they're doing for the next expansion with these like habitats. Right? You've got these isolated habitats that are separated from one another, and that's basically analogous to the concept of the mirrored worlds, right? Like within one of these subworlds, you have mirrored worlds, you have floating continents of specific attributes that are separated from one another in a sort of broken system that's analogous to the state of the mirrored worlds in the original world. You have a bunch of broken mirrored worlds, barely kept afloat, each assigned, like, leaning towards their own attribute, and all of them eventually going to crash and burn. That's even more reason to translate the stupid... like, to not go with firmament or realm ship or whatever and just call them habitats. God, no, I'm just going off on theory crafting. Anyway, back to the actual game. Learn more about the 9th. Yeah. We went to Toreno. This is just a recap. The Mirara people there, I'm able to meet some of my relatives. Yeah, Sven's restoring like, diplomatic relationship with Toreno. Yup, talking about this place as a home, talking about it as a home. Okay, I've done. Yeah, it really is so fucked up, man. It's sad. Like, I wish that the state of Japanese to English translation was better, and English to Japanese translation. Like, both are bad. Both are very bad, but kind of in different ways. People shouldn't have to learn an incredibly difficult language just to be able to enjoy art. Like, they really shouldn't have to. And, you know, things like the Japanese translation of Undertale proves that it is possible to faithfully translate and localize things. And then, you know, facilitate cultural exchange and people being able to share the art that they love with people around the world. You shouldn't have to do that. Anyway. I've done one of the things I wanted to do here. in total.
そうすると、残るは、プリザベーションの調査だな。
All that's left is the investigation into preservation.
をもとに、永遠の闇とも呼ぶべき存在を権限させた火力。
Yeah. This is really just full-on recap. The key.
みな、聞こえるかしら。
Can you hear me?
一緒に解読処理が済んだデータを見ているの。
Okay, looking at the data, found something interesting. Okay.
じゃあ、第2。まさに渡りに船ね。格納格10から29
And
に
Shayla's dying to talk to you.
しましょう。
Okay, perfect timing. Okay. All of the lines there were just recap. For people who have not played the game in months. Yeah, the problem with that is that translation takes a fucking crazy amount of time. You would need a full team of people working full-time for years to retranslate the game.
格納格10から29に行かれるのですね。よろしければご案内します。
You know, you're looking at, like... I'm trying to think about how many thousands of man-hours it would take. But I mean, like, the number is in the thousands, tens of thousands.
重要な情報はエレクトロープ機器の中に記録されている。
あ、皆さん、朗報ですよ。
Yeah. And the thing is that the translations that I'm giving in these streams are rough glosses. They are not even remotely close to acceptable, like, finished product quality. So, I mean, we're already at nearly 1,000 hours for that. You would have to really, like, you know, times 5 or 10 that. And that's just MSQ. Yeah, that's the other thing, is that doing that would be completely thankless. Like, you would be spending, like, 10,000 hours on something that basically nobody would want. The thing is that it would be very, very difficult to try to convince somebody who... It would be very difficult to try to convince people who were turned away by the current state of the English translation of Final Fantasy XIV to play a fan retranslation. Like, so that's... You're talking about a niche of a niche of a niche. It's kind of why I want to... I'm thinking about wanting to do, like, stream some games that have been completely untranslated. Just to highlight cool and interesting games. Anyway. Oh, I have good news. I'm gonna get back to actually just playing the game. I don't regret giving Square money. Are you looking at for specifically RPGs or just any game? Really, any type of game. Preferably ones that would have, like, be more story-focused. Anyway, I actually need to get back to this. Nah, I really like Square, the actual Japanese company. They've produced many games that I thoroughly enjoy, including this one. Like, having a bad English translation department doesn't, you know, doesn't make me want to not recommend the game. Okay, the decryption was a success. Okay, the information we recovered from the facility was part of, like, their past research records.
それらの記録に対し、ヤシトラさんの調べたい語句が含まれていないか、取り急ぎ検索をかけてみたんですが。
Okay, we searched through it, or I, like, searched through it, for any records containing, keywords Yashola was looking for, but... Unfortunately, there was absolutely no information regarding Asians or invocations.
誰かしらそれらを知る人物がカリュクスに接触したことは間違いないのでしょうけれど、ここの記録からは明かせそうにないわ。
It's, without a doubt, someone who was aware of those things made contact with Calyx, but it doesn't seem as though the records here will not reveal, who that person was. Will not lead us to who that person was.
全容とまではいかないけれど、いくつか報告が残っていたのよ。
But, regarding the key, we still don't have the full picture, but there were quite a few reports left behind. Yeah.
鍵については、これまで別の世界への道を開くものだということと、ミララ族の秘宝だったことが分かっていました。
Okay, regarding the key, we knew that it was capable of opening a path to another world, and that it was a, like, ancient treasure of the Mirara people.
霧の大陸へ渡ってきたミララ族が帰れなかったように、鍵を手に入れたプリザベーションもその発動を。
Okay, this is more recap. Just as the Mirara, who crossed over to the continent of Mist, were unable to return home, Preservation 2 was unable to fully control the activation of the key. Look at it spinning. This is one thing that very much bothers me. I understand why they do it. It makes sense for them to do it from a... just from a visual perspective. But it's always very funny to me when you have, like, a 3D wireframe or something like this, in a sci-fi setting. Everything's always moving. Everything's always just fucking moving. Yes, here's my wireframe of the key. Let me spin it violently. Okay, based on the, research records, there appears to be some sort of, that's magic, infused into it. And Calyx, to some extent, seemed to understand what that magic was.
だというのに、思ったように発動しない。
Yeah, but you know, it's like can't be activated as one would expect.
させられた時も、つながる先は常に予想外だったとか。
Huh. Okay, even when conditions were perfect, it would occasionally activate and occasionally not. And what evidently, even when like small scale paths were made, the destination was never what was expected. It's like they're just saying that they couldn't control it.
旅人に振り回されているかのようだと、記録にも落胆混じりに書かれてましたよ。ざあまあ見ろ。
Huh. Samamiro. Yeah, it's like in the records they even stated with, like, in an exasperated tone, or like, you know, in a despondent tone, that it felt as though they were being, like, led about by some fickle traveler. Yeah, it serves them right. Moody, you know, whimsical. Okay, Preservation went through a lot of trial and error. I mean, I'm assuming that I'm assuming this is some Azem shit, right? To me, that sounds like some Azem shit. Like, the key was set up by Azem, and it's like, oh, I don't want to go there. Nah. Oh, well, you want to go here? No, you don't. Okay, Preservation underwent a lot of trial and error, attempting to attach a control device to the key. What, utilizing a large-scale external device to assist in establishing a stable connection to an intended location. Final Fantasy IX? That one is... Final Fantasy IX is the one where the like, end villain is quote-unquote Necron, right? And they remove the entire existential dread speech at the end, speaking about eternal darkness to a Yoda quote, right? They changed it to be... that's the one with the Yoda quote. Right, Patch? Where they have this, like, incredibly bleak, heavy speech about the nature of death, and in the English they replaced it with a quote from fucking Yoda? From Star Wars? Yeah. To say that there's some whack stuff in that would be a bit of an understatement, I would think. That one I did not believe. It's like, they went with like, the fear leads to anger, anger leads to hatred, whereas the Japanese is like this incredibly bleak, very well written treatise on the nature of fear and the concept of death. In any case, utilizing a large-scale external device to help establish a stabilized connection to the intended location. That was the true nature of the door to the gate to the City of Gold.
苦心の甲斐あって完全とは言えずとも制御に成功してしまった。
Yeah, all of that effort paid off, and while not total, they managed to somehow control it.
紆余曲折あって鍵を手にしたゾラージャにその発動を指示できたんだろう。
Okay, and now this is just more recap. It's saying, like, maybe that's why Zoraja was... like, they were able to instruct Zoraja on how to activate it.
結果、エバーキープ周辺を土地ごと原初世界に転移させるという前代未聞の離れ技を成し遂げたわけだ。
As such, they were able to accomplish the unprecedented feat of transporting the entire area, like the entire vicinity, land and all of the Everkeep to the original world.
エターナルクイーンが鍵を取り込んだ時なんてエーテルを奪うために複数の共造世界とつながったんだよな。
When, the Eternal Queen absorbed the key, she connected it, or connected to established connections to multiple mirror worlds to siphon their ether, right?
道具は使う者の心次第。ね。ミララ族が使った時には人を転移させただけだったのに。
It's like how a tool is used depends on the wielder. When the Mirara people used it, it only teleported their people.
あるいはプリザベーションの取り付けた装置に力を増幅させるような機能があったのかもしれない。
Perhaps the device attached or installed by preservation had the capability of enhancing or amplifying its power.
彼らが異世界からのエーテル簒奪を狙っていた以上、人を転移させるだけじゃ足りないはずだからな。
As they were aiming to steal ether from other worlds, simply teleporting people wouldn't have been enough.
ねえ、シェールさん。鍵の制御装置って外してしまえないものかしら。
I could actually, once we're done with this quest, I could pull up the Eternal Darkness quote. Because, I mean, we did just fight Eternal Darkness in 14. Hey, Shale, is it possible to remove the control device for the key?
そのための機器はまだ生きてるようなので。
I think I already had it. I think I had, the screenshots in Discord somewhere. Oh, it's possible the, equipment for that purpose is still operational?
どうかしら。発動のきっかけが定かでないからこそ、せめて危険な作用をする装置は取っておくべきだと思うの。
What do you think? Precisely because the trigger for its activation is unclear to us. At the very least, I think we should remove that control device, considering its potential dangerous effects. I'll hold on to that. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, okay.
今までは装置に覆われていたから、私の目には鍵そのものがよく見えていなかったのだけれど。
Up until now, it had been covered by the control device. I hadn't been able to see the key itself with my own eyes.
とてつもない密度。そう、テンペストで見た古代の建造物のようだわ。
Incredible density. It's just like the ancient structures we saw in Tempest. In the Tempest.
そう言われると、飾りの部分がアーモロートの様式に似ている気がするな。
Now that you mention it, what the decorations on it are. It's similar to those you'd see in Amuro. Like, you know, are in the style of Amuro.
あなたはどう思う？以前のことでも構わないわ。何か気づいたことはなかった？
What do you think? Yeah, it's like, it doesn't have to be recent, I guess, but you're saying, like, is there anything that stood out to you? Yo! Yeah, okay, it's... You know, it glows like the sun. It's just like Azem's crystal. This is some Azem shit.
鍵もアゼムにゆかりあるものかもしれないか。
I'm sorry, we're reading that as Yukari? Oh, okay. Sure. That is reasonable. So the key may very well be related to Azem as well.
否定できないけれど、今すぐに断定できる話でもなさそうね。
We can't rule that out immediately, however, we also can't reach any conclusions either.
ごめんなさい。
It's like we can't rule it out and we can't verify it, rather, is what you would say. Oh, I'm sorry, that was mine.
ええ、クルルだけれど。
Hello, yes, it's Kururu.
バルデシオン委員会の連絡網を使ってオジカから私たちに伝言があったわ。
Oh, we've received a message from Ojika on the Baldesin Committee's network.
緊急の要件か。
Is it urgent?
それほどではなさそうなのだけれど、
Not particularly, but
タトルさんがバルデシオン分館に私たちが戻っていないか聞きに来たんですって。
okay. Tataru came by the Baldesian annex to see if we had returned.
ほどじゃない。でも何かのようで一時的にでも帰っていたら相談したいことがあると言っていたそうよ。
Okay. It wasn't urgent enough to, like, summon us immediately, but said that if we happened to be back, even momentarily, there's something that she wished to discuss.
それが不安げな様子だったみたいで、気にした王子かが連絡をくれたの。
It seemed like she was concerned, or like uneasy. She got noticed and got in contact with me.
俺たちにも帰る時が来たみたいだな。
It looks like it's time for us to, head back, go home too.
そういう理由だと引き止めるわけにもいきませんね。寂しくなります。
In that case, I can't hold you, keep you here. I'll miss you. Yeah, I don't know if you would say I'll miss you. She does say it's like, it'll be lonely. You could say I'll miss you. That would be fine. Actually.
セールさん、たくさんのご協力本当にありがとう。
Shell, thank you so much for everything you've done.
のみんなの協力なしには絶対にここまでたどり着けなかったわ。
We couldn't have possibly made it this far without your help and the help of, everyone in Oblivion.
こちらのセリフですよ。皆さんがアレクサンドリアにしてくださったこと、僕たちは永遠に忘れることはないでしょう。
I could say the same. We'll never forget everything you've done for Alexandria.
プリザベーションの残した情報は調査しておきます。また何かめぼしい発見があればお伝えしますね。
I'll keep looking into the, information left behind by preservation. If anything stands out, I'll let you know.
念のため、私はもうしばらく一緒に作業をさせてもらっても。
Okay, Yashola is asking if she can stay here for a while. Yes.
大歓迎ですよ。
Of course, you're more than welcome.
鍵のことも調べたいから少しの間借りてもいいかしら。取り扱いは慎重に責任を持って行うわ。
Okay, I'd like to look more into the key. Would you mind if I borrowed it for a little while longer? I'll be sure to handle it carefully and take full responsibility. Saying like,
それじゃあ帰りましょうか。お時間の待つバルデシオン分館へ。
all right, let's go home to the Baldesian annex. Ojika's waiting for us. I don't think that things are going to go well with the key there. That's not like to the stars, that's like the path to like beyond. Hang on. Let me see if I can find the lines for Eternal Darkness. Yes. Okay, here. Yeah, it's just the big one. Yeah, found it. This also actually very heavily relates to Xenos. Like, Xenos spouts off a lot of the same stuff. I found a blog having the lines. So. It's like fear resides within the hearts of all living things from the moment they are born into this world. Life is an unspeakable cruelty. To be forced to, yeah, I've got like a translation, like to be forced to struggle and kill to simply to stay alive. To live means what to harbor, like to carry with oneself anxiety, suffering, and the dread of one's inevitable death. Once one becomes aware of their inescapable death, their utter powerlessness to triumph over it, they awaken to fear. Now, you want to see the English? Like, notice how that's all just, like, existential nightmare horror shit? Yeah, what if we just didn't do any of that and quoted Yoda instead? Fucking Yoda. Why translate when you can just rip from Star Wars? And notice, like, they pulled from that Did they just give up, or did they think it's funny? Who knows? Who knows? Good question. Remember, the same people who translated Eternal Darkness to Necron are the same people who decided that these lines, like, ikiru koto wa... hang on. Hang on. Hang on. Where's the right part of the line? Ikiru toyu koto wa... zangyaku na koi. Koi. That's like, life is an, like, brutal, a cruel thing. I would translate that, like, to live is an unspeakable cruelty. Or just life is in unspeakable cruelty. That's a lot of Xenos' stuff too. The idea that living, in order to just simply live, you are forced to struggle against other life forms and kill them just to survive. That's what Xenos was talking about. They translated that completely wrong in Final Fantasy XIV, but Xenos was talking about the fundamental nature of reality in which you are competing over finite resources as a result of being alive. Like, all living things are competing over energy. You cannot simply live. You just can't. The nature of existence, the existence of death, of scarcity, means that you are forced to compete. And, like, when one becomes aware of their inevitable death and their inability to escape it, fear is born, or they awaken to fear. They replaced that line with a Yoda quote, man. And consider, too, the idol that Calyx summons is eternal darkness. The concept, the personification of the concept of nothingness after death. And they still just translate it to Necron because some dude working on Final Fantasy IX way back in the day was like, this is, like, complicated and maybe makes me feel a little bit uncomfortable. Let's just call it Necron and do a Yoda quote instead. Let me, Patch gave me the actual, like, English monologue. Yeah, let me say. All life bears death from birth. Life fears death, but lives only to die. It starts with anxiety. Anxiety becomes fear. Fear leads to anger. Anger leads to hate. Hate leads to suffering. The only cure for this fear is total destruction. Why? What are we doing? Meanwhile, yeah, the Japanese. Yeah, the Japanese is so much longer. Like, holy shit. Yeah, that whole thing starts with the like, fear exists in the hearts of all living things from the moment they are born. To live is an unspeakable cruelty. And instead they just went with, like, fear leads to anger, anger leads to hate, hate leads to suffering, whatever. I don't know whether or not this was done out of incompetence. I don't know whether it was done out of some, like, busybody. being like, what, but this is like, we're making a game for the kids. We can't have them be talking about serious things. Let's just remove all of that. Let's just censor all of that. Or if it's just literally incompetence and they just didn't understand what was being said. Like, that's also a possibility. That it was just above their comprehension level. And so they just kind of paraphrased and then threw in a Star Wars quote. The point, though, is that somebody being incompetent... Oh no, that's in the game. Like, that's already in the game. Like, the Japanese has just had that. Biggs and Wedge. I mean, that's their names in 14 too, but like, that is a thing where that also happens a lot, where a character will have one trait, or there'll be like a little smattering of something in the original, and then the English translation just bumps that up to 11 and makes it the only thing that they're talking about. Right? They will Flanderize the hell out of scripts. But, like, you know, I'm pretty sure that they wouldn't just randomly shove a... Like, it doesn't even make sense in the context of the cutscene in the English in Final Fantasy IX. It's literally just a Yoda quote out of nowhere. It doesn't even fit in with the rest of the script. But, like, you compare that. In the Japanese, they're given a abstract speech on the concept of fear, of the concept of the knowledge of death, and then the final boss is eternal darkness, embodying the concept of, like, the concept that there is just nothing after death. Right? You're not really... It makes perfect sense for that to be the final boss, because you're fighting a concept. It's supposed to be kind of like metaphorical. It's a statement on, like, not giving in to the concept of that fear of death, of living in spite of that looming nothingness. Which, surprise, surprise, they did a bunch of that in 14 too. But this is why it always bothers me so much when people say, well, that was what it was like in the other game. Like, Kuru's name being spelled Krile. Somebody doing a translation of a completely different unrelated character name from a completely different game does not mean that you have to keep that. Her name's Kururu. It fits in with the Lalafell naming conventions in this game. They chose it as a reference to a previous game, but they chose it as a reference because it fits in with the naming convention that they were already going for. And so now, all of a sudden, you've got Kururu, who in the English, I genuinely have not ever looked into the pronunciation of her name in the English. It's like Krill or Kryle or something. She's like the only person she's like the only Lalafell with a first name that doesn't fit the pattern. And it's just never addressed. It's very weird. Yeah, like, it's just such a bad translation philosophy. The idea of adhering to previous decisions that were made like 20 plus years ago at the expense of actual accuracy, comprehension, anything. Like, that's the thing, is that you can fairly easily, with all of these times where they're like, well, this is what the old one was, there are ways to work it in to let people know what the reference is. Right? Like, you could name drop the word Necron at some point within the script, and then go on and use Eternal Darkness. There are ways to do that. Like, even something as hacky and heavy-handed as, like, in one language it was called Necron. Just one throwaway line, and then just use the actual name. With the Kururu thing, you don't even need to explain it. You just call her Kururu. And then it could be a little bit of trivia for some people that's like, oh, this is actually the same as the Japanese name from this other game. Yeah, slip in the word Necron on a research paper you find on the ground somewhere. Exactly. When it comes to, like, Dunamis, and the range of meaning in the word omoi. In the English, they just constantly translate it as saying, like, oh, Dunamis operates on feelings. Or on, like, emotions, even when that doesn't make any sense and when it's not accurate. When they first explained what Akasha or Dunamis are, they could just have a character say, oh, Akasha is said to move based on human emotion, sentiment, their will. And then you've got 3 different words. Human emotions, feelings, sentiment, will. You could just throw those in, and then pick one of those words when you need to. There you go. Fixed. But instead, they just insist on this stubbornness. Like, this just ridiculous, stubborn refusal to either fix mistakes or put things back in line with what they're supposed to be. Until the only times that they do are when it's literally impossible. No, yeah, it's very similar, but really, Dunamis it's all Plato. They also use the wrong word when they're describing Dunamis, and when they're describing the Asians' creation magic. The ancients' creation magic, rather. The Japanese word used is idea, which is specifically idea as in Platonic idea, from the theory of forms. They keep using words like concept in the English, instead of idea, capital I. They didn't translate qualia, yeah, that too. In Endwalker, they didn't fucking translate the word qualia. It's just so much of this crap. And yeah, Dunamis, it is literally actualization. And yeah, it's very similar to, like, the spiral energy concept from Gurren Lagann. Well, yeah. But, like, this game, they did an incredibly good job with all of the philosophy that they were referencing and utilizing within the script. And it's so fucking cool to have the ancients be formulating, like, fundamental Platonic ideas into reality. Like, they aren't just making a table, they're making the concept of. They are writing into the fabric of reality the concept, the idea of what something actually is. But you have to use capital I idea. It's also why I don't like the spelling of D-Y. N-A-M-I-S. It really should be D-U. Because that spelling of Dunamis is the one that's most commonly associated with Plato. It's just constant debt. And the only times that they ever correct things are when it becomes overwhelmingly apparent that they can't just ignore it. Like the very funny Urienche line in Shadowbringers, where he says, like, we have always thought the Echo to be a gift from Heidelin, and no such line. No such line exists in the Japanese, because nobody fucking thought that. Despite all of the stuff in the Japanese constantly referring to transcendence as its own thing, Koeru Chikara is its own thing, a prerequisite to be able to speak to Heidelin. The English script just kept calling it a gift from Heidelin. Like, oh, her gift, your mastery over her gift. And then eventually, when the game just goes, no, that's just completely wrong, they're eventually forced to go, crap. No, yeah, the word transcend is all over the script, in both forms, both koeru with the one kanji and koeru with the other kanji, both koerus. You know, one meaning to surpass, one meaning to, like, transcend more so. And they use a different term for that, the, like, artificial transcendence. But yeah, I'm looking very forward to seeing more of the script here, because this is the first time that I'll be experiencing the game at the exact same time as everybody else. So we'll get to see, like, missing foreshadowing or plot holes develop in real time. That will be very fun. Like, we're already kind of there with the whole Kotowari thing. Right? Like, what the hell do people think that this Asian's plan is in the English? I don't even know what you would think that she's fucking talking about. Whereas I'm like, oh, she's going to reestablish the, like, impartial laws of reality that existed before everything went to shit and they had to make Zodiark. Yeah, that makes sense. Four weeks. Oh, that's hype. That's hype. Very interesting, very cool. And then it's a very, very long break until the actual new expansion. But I mean, there's all of the job quests and stuff. Potentially older Final Fantasy games / complete abject nonsense, completely untranslated games. The more I look at it, the more I think about it, the more I really do kind of want to check out that Sleeping Cocoon game. I talked about it at the start of the stream, but considering that we're coming up on the end of the MSQ, I've got to think about other stream content. And one avenue that I was thinking of was doing, you know, you could either play some older Final Fantasy games, some, like, old games that had very, very spotty, basically. Oh yeah, no, the Nier raids made perfect sense. But, like, you know, games that had, like, very spotty translations, like Xenogears, or things that are completely untranslated, like literally nobody outside of Japan knows about and only very few people inside of Japan knows about. This game, I showed a screenshot of it before, it would be kind of awesome. Nobody would watch it. Nobody would watch this stream. But I did find a game like on the PS1, called Sleeping Cocoon, Nemuru Mayu. This is the, like, HUD. This is the UI for, like, the very start of the game. I dare you to try and parse this. But, like, holy shit, it looks kind of awesome. What the fuck are image points? What is the doping meter? What does this mean? It's just like some sort of fucked up surrealist Kingsfield. I watched, like, a bit of a Japanese dude's playthrough of it, and the first, like, 30 minutes were him just going, what? What? Can't even tell what genre it is. It is a first-person dungeon crawler. There are individual hand context menus. And, these are the stats. These are the stats in the game? So, I know I'm, like, at this point, I've talked about this at the beginning and end of stream. These stats are, in order, comprehension, memory, perception, application/practicality, like the ability to apply things practically, imagination, concentration, deftness, and agility, which are somehow different, and then adaptability. No, yeah, it's like some wizardry shit, but, like, weird. It looks genuinely interesting as a video game. So, no idea if I would actually attempt to stream this, because who would watch this? But, just the general concept of, instead of having to deal with, like, people having translated games poorly, I could just kind of play some games that nobody has ever heard of, and bring them to the West a little bit. That could be very fun, and refreshing, and not cause headaches. These are all stats for Rubik's Cube solving. Like, that's the thing, too, is that, like, basically all of those stats are just mental. Another big problem, though, with doing games like that, or, like, that game specifically, is that I looked into that one, and, apparently in Japan it just had a reputation for being absurdly obtuse, and, like, needing a guide to just do basic things. Which is very funny. Someone might stumble across it and make the game their whole personality. Like, see, that's the thing, though, is that a lot of those games, a lot of those sort of games, the ones that just never got translated, I can see inspiration being taken from them in other things that then inspired other people. You know, like, you could definitely find some interesting, like, missing links in artistic inspiration doing things like that. Yeah, it's the same company that made LSD Dream Emulator, yeah. But yeah. I am very much so looking forward to the next patch then. And next time, I don't know if we're going to be able to finish the available quest stuff next time. But man, I need to start thinking about stuff to do after that, like, immediately. Oh no. But that is going to do it for me for right now. Thank you all for stopping by. Remember to subscribe or whatever if you haven't already. Maybe, or don't. And I will see you next time. On Sunday. I am going to go eat. I am starving. Peace out.